Okay, there we go. Should be all good. I need to make sure I don't have audio on there, which I did. And yeah, I guess let's just begin. Which all I actually need to do is do some advanced chambers here, some challenge maps, and we'll be all good. Challenge maps are definitely going to be a lot harder, so I'm going to start with the advanced chambers, I think. Which, I mean, it's only 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. It shouldn't be too hard, right? Hopefully it's not too hard. I'm going to turn my audio up a bit. Right, I need to quickly go to options. Audio. Because I turned it down. Because I was listening to music while doing the things last night. Okay. So it's this one. We have to get out here. But we have no cube. Okay, well we can do that. And that. Which gets us to here. Okay. Yeah, that goes there. That goes there. Which activates that. Which I didn't make it. What did I think though? I swear that was right. Okay, I guess I just didn't jump properly. Now. Uh, uh. Now we have a bit of a problem. Can I jump to here? We can. Okay. Okay, yes. Now we just got a blue in there. Orange here. Go through. And we did it! Yes! That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Once I saw the floor, I thought, God, how am I going to do this? Okay, I guess on to the next advanced map. Bonus maps. Advanced. On to this one. Okay. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard. Just got to get up there. Which... Okay, this still lifts up. Okay. This is the same. I'm guessing over there is maybe going to be... Or the area over there through that door is going to maybe be a little bit different. Oh. Damn, didn't quite make it. There we go. Okay. And now we just go over to here. Lonk this down, because yeah, this start part here, nothing different about that. In here is probably where it's going to be a bit different. Uh-huh. I should have seen that coming. Yeah, this is more difficult how? Because basically just how I did it before. Yeah, we do that. And then this one's the orange, so we do the blue. Go. I meant I had to send another orange. It's okay. This isn't honestly hard, it's just me being dumb. Okay, orange. The orange is over there. So we send the blue into there. I'm gonna follow it through. It has to be orange. You have to set up there to be orange. Yeah, why was that meant to be harder? Because I wasn't using the platforms when I did it the first time anyway. I'm not 100% sure, but I was gonna say I did it right. Yeah, I did. Well, yeah, this one was easier than the last one, even though I died 2 times. Well, that was just me being dumb, going through the portal at the wrong time or placing the wrong portal. But hey, we got an achievement, cupcake. That's one achievement done in the span of like, I don't even know, a few minutes. Okay, number 3 is this one. Okay. I think I know what I gotta do. We gotta do this and this, and then we start gaining some speed. And then what's the one on the floor? Orange. So no, yeah, orange. So we gotta shoot. Gotta shoot blue. Gotta shoot blue to that thing. Okay. Shoot orange. Blue. Good? Seems good. Okay. Blue, 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 blue. Oh, I messed up the blue. The shot there. There we go. That work? Eh. There. God damn it. This one actually is harder. Right against the wall. Right against the wall. There. Okay. Move. I need them to line up properly. So that one like that. And that one like that. And if I go through, I should usually be facing the same thing. I am, okay. Damn it! Close. But not quite. I at least did it. Shoot it on the middle thing. Shoot it on the middle thing. It should line up pretty well. And I messed it up. accidentally shot there. So middle, middle. Again, should line up pretty well. Yeah, maybe I'll switch it up. Not going to change much, but... What if I don't actually need to go through it that many times? Maybe that's it. Oh, I only had to do it once. You didn't even have to send it through twice. It's that easy. Wow. Okay, so this one, boom and boom. It gets sent. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. Close. No cigar. It's gone through. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Yes. Yeah! Okay. But God, dude, trying to do that fling thing took way longer than it should have. Okay, but yeah, these haven't actually been too bad. I'm enjoying it. Definitely makes it a little bit harder. Hold up. What does it want me to... How... Okay, blue. Actually, I can't really get it... line it up properly. So I always have to go through... always have to go from up there. I have to line it up from here. If I do blue, line it up like that. Let me do orange, line it up like this. Gotta... Not quite. Okay, so I'm gonna have to push like back. I think. Instead of forward, once I go through the portal. So I place it like that. And like this. Okay, not quite. Come on. Not quite. Yeah, let's get back through here. Probably the fastest way. Probably fast to get back up, just don't like that. Come on. One of these will work. One of them. Just believe. Right, I need to jump back through it. This way. There we go. Maybe now. Potential in that plan. Hmm. Hmm. Wah. Uh. Huh. Um. Well, that was just me. Being bad, dumb, bad. Okay, so orange. I'll do blue. The very edge there. I get so close. Maybe I need to be moved back a little bit. Maybe. There's no way for me to get any extra leverage, really. I don't think there is, because I can't send myself through there, because then there's nothing for me to shoot. I can't shoot to it from here. Or can I? I don't think that I can. Hmm. Also, hey Pookie, how are you going? How have you been? I mean, I can give it a try. I don't think I'd be able to reach from, like, up here, but... From there I could. What about from there? Only for, like, a split second. So I'd have to shoot an orange. Like, there almost immediately. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I'm good, how about you? I'm doing pretty good. Just confuzzled on how to get over the over this thing. Because I've got a new thing. Oh, come on. Only look at the notification now. Yeah, because I'm doing the harder maps for this. So I gotta figure out how to get over this. Because normally there's a thing up there that you can use and it flings you over, but I can't. Well, I don't have that. So I need to somehow jump. I didn't mean to do that. So I need to figure out how to jump over this with just a little bit there and then here. Because normally you go here and then you have a portal there and like up there. And then you fling out from up there and place one down there. So you like go into it with speed and then get flung across. But I can't really do that here. I just thought about something. I normally go traveling out this way. So what if I shoot it? Oops, shoot it from this way. And how am I going to get the thing to go in properly? Or get up there properly? I know how. I know how. He knows how. You place it up there. And then go back through it. Oops. Go over here. That looks hard. Yeah, I haven't been stuck on this one for too long because I've already completed 2 advanced maps since I started. It's just, yeah. I think that's it. I think me found it. I think I know what I gotta do. So blue up there. So I've just been doing it wrong. Okay, blue is there. So send it to the very back. And now we jump. Come on. Huh? Send it from there. We'll set it there. I'm hoping this is right. I mean, it almost got me over at that point. So I'm assuming it's right. Hmm. And I shoot it from this side. And then it won't work, will it? Or won't work. It'll send me out this way, but I feel like that one did as well. Even though I sent it from the right thing. Right spot. Yeah. We're doing it from like... here should work better. Unless I try like this and then go to the side. Maybe? My idea? Oops. Oopsies. But have you been up to much, Pookie? Because it's been like 2 weeks, I think. If my math's correct. 2 weeks. How did I do it again? I really can't land on the thingy. Not too much? That's fair. I don't think what you were doing last time. I think it was the game where you were lagging your friend with lots of particles. Or it was something like that. How do I keep messing up? I feel like it's not that hard. Come on. We got it. I think it's because I'm trying to fall through, but I'm pushing to the side too soon. That's all I'm doing wrong. Yes, Gladys, I know. I know. Go! Just had exams that I had to do. Okay. Well, how did you do on the exams, Pookie? Or do you not know? Yeah. And hopefully they weren't too stressful. Oops. I did it again. You don't really know yet? Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I have idea. I has idea. Whether it work, I don't know. But we do this and then I don't think that quite worked. I don't know if that's gonna work. I think what I was doing before was maybe right. I think that might work. Yeah, I'll try this one again and then I'll give that one a try. Okay, I'm gonna have to give that one another try. They're my final diploma exams. Okay, so what did you get? What are you getting a diploma in, Pookie? Okay, so we send the blue up there, and then we just got to look at it properly and send it down. So if I look at it like that, that's the roof. That's the ground. Yes! We got it! Ah! Okay, this one shouldn't actually be that hard. Oops. Do it there. Boom. We get sent over to here. And they get sent now. Huh. It is a little bit different to before. Wait, no. It's not really that bad. Because if I just do that, and that, then it would come out there, so go there, and then come back and land into that one, right? Oops. Oops. Okay. Come out straight. Give me a minute to think. Have it at that one, then it gets sent there, and then it'll... Let me give that one a try real quick. Oops, I put that. What if you bounce it and pull it somewhere? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because we can't put portals on that side. Because the portals don't go through these things. Which is the only problem. What if that bounces right? Not quite. Is there? Okay. I'm gonna quickly try that again. This again, real quick. Because maybe. Just maybe. Goes straight. And it comes back. Right, sitting there now. You let it bounce off the first part, then it bounces off the wall. Before that, you place portal before it bounces back. So you mean let it do that and then place one there on the way back? It would set a different angle? I guess it would. Do you mean like that? Or something like that? Come on. Right, set it back there. I think it exploded. It definitely exploded. Did that work? You're a genius! Huh. That's all you had to do. And now we can go up there. And that also reminds me, I forgot I haven't showed you. Let me quickly do this. Oops. And then I'll quickly show you, because I ended up getting a child while I was away. Outrage. I got that. Because we saw it. Well, me and my friends saw it, and I figured I sort of have to get it. I can't say no. It's so cute. Yeah, I know. When I first saw it, I didn't even know it had a face. I'm gonna be honest. Oops. Oh, these go faster now. I see. I need to send the blue through here. Send the blue. Place the orange there real quick. Place the orange here. Blue. Orange. Okay, we're good. We're not. Okay. It's like part of your brain. Yeah, that's. I mean, sort of one reason why I got it, because we saw that it was a carrot, and I figured I have to. I can't say no. I just need to come up with a name for him or her. I still don't know the gender. That's for a later detail. Now, what's making this one harder than it was last time? That's sort of being blocks. That's what's making it harder. And that's also faster. Oops. Okay. It's not that bad. It's actually not too hard. I just did a really dumb. And didn't quite do it properly. So we just gotta go ba-doom, ba-doom. There we go. And then hit it over there. Let it go through. Storm. Oh, damn it. Okay, let me try timing again. Yeah, I mean, apart from that, that's all I really got while I was away. I think. Well, no, I got some Pokemon cards. Apart from that, that's all I really got while I was away. Oh, right. Ooh, thingy. Quick. Quick. Yes! Okay, that one wasn't too hard. What kind of Pokemon cards did you get? Well, we just got like mystery pack sort of things. Because it was like at a markets. And if you wanted to get like a unopened pack, it was like they were having it for like $10. And we didn't really feel like paying $10 for packs, so we just got like mystery ones, which is like made up ones. But I am planning on getting the ones that came out, I guess, yesterday. But I'm going to get a few of those just for Lucas for his birthday that's coming up. What's it? We're 50% through. Let's go. Yeah, I'm going to get a few of those packs. I just need to wait for them to actually come out so I can buy them. I mean, they're out, but you can only get like the big sort of pack things. What packs were they? Zenith? I think they were the Crown Zenith one, yeah. I was about to check the messages. But yeah, it was Crown Zenith was the one that came out. Well, it would be yesterday for me. How am I getting past you? Or through? How am I even gonna fit past? Can I maybe do this and then crouch and fit? I can.
Who's there?
Okay, this one isn't too bad. Just sneak past there. Over here, just sneak past. Now they're both in these contraption things. They are in. Oh god, how am I gonna get through there? Oh my god! What am I gonna do, thingy? And that's the weird room. I really want the Lucario promo. It looks so good. I haven't actually seen the Lucario promo. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go up there. I'm thinking. Okay, it was up there. And this one. Quickly get behind. It doesn't really block. It's not working as good as I thought it would. Please stop shooting. Please. You should see it. It's amazing. Okay, let me quickly search it up.
But you come over here.
I could not come over there. No, I could not. Robot. Crown Zenith Lucario. He looks pretty cool. He looks also very mad, but cool. Is that why he's also on the if you get the trainer box, I think it is. But he does look very cool. Because aren't there also golden cards in that one as well? I think, if I remember correctly. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Run, jump, jump. Okay, I'm gonna have to use one of these. Okay, now if I come here, do that, and do this, I'm okay. At least a little bit.
Target lost.
Run, run. Ow, ow, ow. It wasn't a good idea. It wasn't a good idea.
Are you still there? Hibernating.
That's the blue one that I sent through.
Searching.
I can at least...
Target
Come on.
lost. Who's there? Searching.
Okay.
Are you still
We good. We good.
sleep mode activated?
Ow, 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 ow.
Target lost. Hibernating. Acquired.
Okay, now bring this through.
Are you still there?
Ow, ow, ow. I didn't think how they could shoot me through there.
Searching.
Block you off. Block,
Sleep mode
block what you can see. Block it. Ow.
Target lost. Are you still searching?
Go. Okay. Run, run, run.
No friend.
Ha!
Are you still there?
No, you can't see me.
Sleep mode activated.
I went to flea market near me, and there was a Dragon Majesty Ultra something GX figure collection that I really want. And I'm not sure. I think it's only promo. Is that one? The packs can have. Oh, okay, so they can have golden cards. What is the Dragon I need to quickly search this up. Dragon Majesty Ultra. DMA. A GX figure. God, so many words. Ah, I see. It has one of those thingies. Collection box with 4 Dragon Majesty packs, the GX Ultra Next Zone figure, and Jumbo card. I see. So how long were they out for then? Because if it's really rare, I'm guessing it wasn't out for too long, or they didn't make too many. Okay. Well, now I can at least go through here. I'm still not safe, but you know, I can at least grab these.
Friend, I see you. Searching.
Oh,
Target lost.
what if I just place it there? There we go. Now I'm at least safe. Because those are in the way for now. At least until I grab them. Ow.
Lost. Searching.
Ow, 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 ow. Go, go, go.
Deploying. Target lost.
Am I safe to go? No, no, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not.
Are you still there? Resting. Sentry mode.
Am I okay now? Yes. Yes, I am.
Who's there?
Ow, 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 ow. I need a cube. Ow.
Sentry mode activated.
Grab.
Searching. There you are.
Ow!
Searching. Good night, lost. Are you still
Ow! This is not good. Get on October 2018. Sells an Evo for about 250. They were selling for 100 though. Okay, so they've gone up a bit more then.
deploying?
Okay, we're good. Orange. Go through orange. Blue.
Searching.
Blue. Orange. Oh. Blue. 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 Orange. Oh, I'm out.
There you go.
Safety. Salvation. Hey, we got some fruitcake. At least it's cake. At least the cake isn't a complete lie. That was more stressful than I thought it was gonna be. We're all good. I also, when I get back, I should also be able to buy a new PC when I get back, which is good. When I get back from my holidays with my friend, so sometime in February, because I'm going away again in like 2 weeks for their 18th. I'm very sad. I don't get my companion cube. I don't like how it makes that thing bounce more. I think that's why they've given me this, but I don't like. Put it down so it bounces up. Please. Take it. I'll take it. I'm okay with that. They also had like a Dragon Majesty Super Premium collection that was selling for 600 and looks really cool. Yeah, Pokemon stuff is expensive. Yeah, that's not gonna stay. Okay. Stay. Good ball. Good. Okay. Now I need to quickly get up here. Doink. Let me quickly do that for a second. So I need to change where the orange one is. And get the... Get the orange one there. Did it work? Nah. Okay. Ugh. We got it. It hurt, but we got it. Okay. One down. Then we have the thing in here. Huh? Come on. Maybe. Maybe. This is honestly just gonna be up to luck. Gotta bounce it right. Ow! Lex contains 2 rainbow rare cards, Dragonite figure, and 10 Dragon Majesty packs with some other stuff in it. Ah, I see. I know the the rainbow cards are usually quite rare. It looks annoying. Yeah, this is very annoying. You know, it's not too bad with a cube. Then again, you also don't normally have the wall there. There we go. Okay, we got it. Now there's just the one, which is there, which I don't really need to change compared to how I would normally do it, because I normally just put a thing there and then it goes there and then it bounces across, and again it won't, that still hasn't changed. I still just do it the normal way. Oh, very cool fossil. And wait for it to shoot, because I don't know where the thing is. There it is. Now we just got to go over this way. Actually no, not any harder. Get the orange one. You just got to get the orange, place the orange there, and yeah, that's how you did it before. So nothing there has changed. I don't know. Wait, I gotta get my cube. I mean, ball. Am I gonna have to throw this ball out as well? Because they've, in the original one for this, they make you get rid of your companion cube. Are they gonna make me get rid of my companion ball too? Hog easy? Yeah. Wasn't too bad. Okay, wait here, little ball. I'm gonna send you through first. Okay? Little ball. Go. I'm sorry I messed it up for you. Go, little ball. Ow! That hurt my head. But good job, little ball. Now it's my turn. Whee! Oops. I need to send my little higher. Whee! Now, orange, blue. There we go. Easy. They also have a bunch of old rare cards, which was really cool. So it sounds like there was quite a bit at the market then.
You did it. The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck. However, it cannot
GLaDOS?
accompany you for the
I mean,
rest of the
yeah, GLaDOS.
test, and
I don't
unfortunately,
think you know your
as
shapes.
announced,
This is a circle,
please escort your
not a
companion
cube.
to the-
If she wants to believe it's the cube, you can. We almost got crazy cake. I can taste it. There was also a guy that seemed really desperate to sell something, but it was too expensive. So they were basically just really desperate to sell stuff that was overpriced. That doesn't seem very good. If you're desperate to sell stuff, just sell it for a lower price. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this, but I can give it a try. No. Can I do the ground? Oh, if I knew I could do the ground, I would have just... Yeah. There we go. And then there's the stuff through here that I don't really need to worry about. How do I get over to there? I'm gonna go through here. Maybe there's a secret. Secret of some sorts. Oh, you can also activate the radios in this level as well. I don't know if they actually get activated, but I don't really need to because I've already done it for the normal one. They were rare, and I don't think it was a fair price. I see, they were just expensive though. So a fair price, just expensive. Up there, can I even hit? Um, I am thoroughly confused. Where can I shoot the things? It's like I look up there and there's nothing there. There's nothing hidden up there. Like 5 of them. They were decently old. Zora figure collection. Zora, that's the black one, right? Or is that the crystal looking one? No, Rishiram was the white one. Oh, Zoro, never mind. I was thinking about Rishiram, the other thingy in the other one. Now I think I know what you're talking about. Oops, too much speed. Too much speed. There we go, good speed. Can I stand on you? Give me a second. Give me a quick second. I need to test this. I need to test. I can stand on it. That would change everything. It's a mythical Pokemon. Yeah, let me quickly search it up. Because I think I know it. I will just make sure. A. Never mind, I don't know it. Introduced in generation. Yeah, after I started playing. Yeah, after I stopped playing, sorry. I don't know it. Cause yeah, anything after black and white and that wasn't in diamond or anything sort of below that thing, I don't really know them too well. Okay, go all the way up to the top. And we do blue. And we give it a little bit. Yes! I saw what I had to do. I saw that I did. So I gotta basically just do what I did. But there we go. Now send orange in there. I thought I missed it for a minute. Okay. Now. Wah. I send orange there. No. Okay. Well, let me move the blue over there real quick. How is I... Okay. This is orange, so blue up there. Is that how I was meant to do it? I don't know. It was a Alolan Raichu figure collection. Oh, is that what it was? Now from here, I still don't know where to go. Yeah. Let me have a look up there. Okay, so that's the orange. I like point out, shoot. There we go. Did it. I'm up. God, that was harder than it needed to be. That thing, okay. Whee! Now that still does the thing over there, okay. Well, they're still as friendly as ever. Oh god. Okay. Where's the thing that shoots? Is there a point in having this here? Ow, 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 Jesus. Okay, over at that one. Suck it! Ah! My arm! Okay, let's try this again. I think I can do it. Go. Get off. Go back through. Ow. Okay. I got one of them. I don't know how I'm getting more of them. The thing is, I can drop down to there. Oh, the glass has a weird thing where it goes. El Turret, and you also look very sweaty, okay? I'm fine. I don't feel sweaty. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I am okie dokie. I was playing a horror game before this, so maybe I was sweating from that. Maybe. I'm gonna say that's what it was. I'm gonna go with that. I also forgot there's a turret over there. Okay, over there. And I think I should be able to jump back to that. Well, that went well. Okay, at least it saved me killing that one. Let's just try going for it. What we playing? I was playing a game called The Survey. It's just like a little indie game. Because I wasn't sure what to do for a video, because I haven't posted in a while. So I figured I'd just find a little indie game to play. Suck it! Ah! I think I should... I mean... Not much else I really can do. Actually. No. Actually, almost though. I have an idea. Whether I can do it, I don't know. But we go there. And then we put the thingy here. We do this. And... Okay. About here. And about there. Go through like this. The cube's still up there. I don't know if this is what I'm meant to be doing. But, I mean, I can give it a cold hard crack. I think I just didn't quite make it far enough. Oh no, it's right around there. Up to there. Too far! I need to get rid of some of these. Ow, 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 ow. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, I don't know. I feel confuzzled. I am confuzzled. Get off of there. Taking this with me.
Do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
I knocked it off. Not quite what the plan was. But I knocked it off. I might give it another crack at trying to jump to it. Not gonna work. How is someone gonna get rid of them? I mean, that worked? No. Didn't really.
The safe performance of all authorized activities. Do not
Ow.
destroy.
Huh.
To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities.
Thing is, I can't even get a good jump because there used to be a thing down here. Actually, is it still down there? No, it's not. There used to be a thing down there so you could get a jump. But yeah, can't do that anymore. How am I gonna knock you off? Without... How did you shoot me? Without dying. Not even looking at me. No. I don't know why. What I thought I was gonna do there. I mean, if I just exhaust all my options, then something's gotta work.
To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities. Do not destroy vital testing.
Okay, this won't block enough bullets, because 2 of them will be shooting at me. Can I make it to that one? Is it up as high as it can be? It can go up a little higher.
Put me down. Firing.
Okay, I can jump to that one, but I can't jump back over to the other one. I can probably jump onto the pad thing, though. No, no, don't you shoot. No, shoot me. Okay. That one wasn't quite as well. Was that... Did I jump last time somehow? I think I did. Or was it just luck? Pure luck that I got to it. I put it up as high as it could go. And it's just a straight jump. I did jump before it. Okay. We'll throw that one out. Or down there. And actually... Can I make that jump? I don't think I can. I'm just going to fall down to here. And we can go back over to there. And figure out my plan from there. Which I think I could probably
But you come over.
deal with this one now. There's only one of them shooting at me. Or not. Okay, well, it saved me here. No, I can't reach. Oh, damn. Maybe. Just maybe, though. It might be too much speed. But blue there. Orange here. Too much speed. Definitely too much speed. But if I run smack into it. Oh bon? Oh bon? Oh? Oh? Would it work? If it were there, may work. Where on the wall I put it, I don't know. I'm gonna try it like there. And go for it. Too much that time. Little bit too much. Is this the strategy I'm gonna go for is the question. I could try that one again. Another idea. Ow, 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 ow. Not exactly what I was going for. But I mean, I will take it. I am not gonna complain. Crazy turret tech. I mean, that one is facing this way, to be fair. Now blue. Suck it. Suck it, things. Problem. Because I was originally planning to go into there, not up there. Because I kind of need that to open the door. That better? Yeah, that's better. Damn it. I think I also didn't have it high enough. It didn't save me in the cube. No. No. Okay, orange, blue. I got in here. I got in here. Okay. I didn't get the cube though. I kind of wanted to get in here with the cube before. Because that opens the door. Yes, doesn't... I'm just gonna jump into here. Hydration. Do I have water? I do have some water. Ah! Also, have you played Portal, Pookie? Okay, do that and that. Into here. There we go. Ow, 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 ow. There you go. Now, go down here. Yes. Okay, so what was that over there? That was blue. So orange here. Yes. Hit the button. Blue actually needs to go there. Yes! We did it! See, that wasn't so hard. Just go over to there with the orange. Blue here. Boom. And we're through! To this area. This area, I don't think has really changed that much. Okay, so orange. Blue. Blue. Orange. Oh. You have to get it first try. Please don't send me back too far. Please? Okay, it only sent me back to here. That's not that bad. I mean, you need to... I sort of have to do it first try anyway. Okay. Blue, orange. Blue. Orange. I messed it up on that one again. Donk. Let's try it again. Okay. Orange. Oops, wrong thing. Blue. Orange. Blue. Okay, we did it. Have you played through Portal before, Pookie? I guess Portal 1 or 2. Anyway, we got vanilla crazy cake. We got some good cake. Now on to the harder one. Yay. Which actually, if I got achievements now. What are the last few achievements? Achieve... Yeah, bronze, silver, and thing. On the Portal challenges. I just played Portal 1 on my Xbox 360 a long time ago. Okay. Did you enjoy it then? Because if you enjoyed Portal, I would recommend Portal 2. Portal 2 is good. Now, bonus maps, we go to challenges. Which... they're hard. Oh, I gotta select challenge. I'm gonna go steps, because I feel like steps is gonna be the hardest. I've already taken 5 steps.
Now that you are in control of
What?
the portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Oh
adrenaline.
god, no, just get it through the portal, please. This is over. It's over for me. Oh, Portal 2, not 1. I see. Yeah, I would still recommend... What happens when I get 30 steps? Do I just die instantly? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Good work, trust. Trust, believe. This will work. Trust. Trust. This will work. Trust. This will work. Just trust. This will work. Just trust. This will work. Just trust. Just trust. Let's be right back. Also been playing a lot of chess recently. Yeah, I haven't played chess in a while. I mean, I know how to play chess, just no good at it. Okay, orange. Blue here. Go! Onto the button. What can I do? There's nothing. There's nothing I can do. There. It's through. How are you meant to do this in 30 steps? We should play together sometime? Yeah. Because isn't it just... Well, I know there's chess.org and chess.com. Not quite what I was going for, but...
Control of both portals. This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
It's gonna take you a while. Just run around, just end it. End of this pain. I can just go bonus maps, challenge here, least steps again. What are you trying to do? Okay, so I need to get through this room with the least amount of steps I can. I'm already at 8. How?
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Yeah, there we go. So now we go orange. A little bit lower, a little bit higher. Go. All onto the damn cube, please. Be really cool of you. Okay. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now, orange, blue, 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 orange, blue. Get onto the cube. Blue. Get onto the button, I mean. That's what I mean. Button. Button. Well, it was on the button, just not for long. Looks painful. Yeah, I'm choosing to do this one because I know it's gonna be the worst one. Don't you dare test me, Cube. Cube's testing me. Get on the damn button. Just out of the way so I can at least try and get you onto the button. Come on. Please. Please. Onto there. Onto. Over that way. Orange. Blue. Please. Why is it so hard? Just get on the damn button, please. All I ask of you, please. No one. Onto the damn button. Just on the damn button, please. It's back down there. Thing is, I can't scroll to have it go further or closer to me either. I just have to sort of just, you know, take it where it goes. I don't even know if this is how you meant to do it. Let's do least portals. How many am I aiming for? 9. Okay, so 1,
Now that you are in control of
2.
both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If
There
you
we
become
go.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to
And then we
revive
have
you with peptic salve and
3,
adrenaline.
4. 5, 6. 7. There. And then here.
As part of a previously mentioned,
I could do portals fly.
we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you
Just give me the thing. I don't want to do the steps. The steps is gonna be horrible. I hate steps. How do you do less steps? Because I can do it in 9 portals, I just don't know how to do less steps. And this is only chamber 1. Well, chamber 13, technically 1. How? I do the do.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become
There we go, good enough.
lightheaded
You know what?
from
I'm doing it
thirst,
on above the
feel
cube.
free to pass
Above the
out.
cube this time.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive
Yeah, how
you
does it feel to be
with
above the
peptic
cube
cell
this
and
time?
adrenaline.
How does it feel to be above the cube this? Please. Go. Thank you. What is it? What one did I send in there? Okay, blue. So I need to send myself an orange. Perfect. Blue. Yes.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over,
Damn
you
it.
will be missed.
Load.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to
Blue.
revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I'm just gonna have to get lucky, I think. Maybe. Oh, that's good.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Okay, now we go like this. And this. Okay, that's right above the portal. Okay. Again, here and here. Right above the portal. Why did it oh, why did it fling me actually? I don't know. And now I'm really far from the wall as well. God damn it. It's not any good. This hurts my brain. I don't like me think half with brain.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next
I mean, I know I can do it because I got so close.
now that
Why am I jumping into it? I don't need to jump into it. I need to just walk through it. So I can still reach it like that and just try and...
this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I can do it. I believe. I believe I can do it, please.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Please! Hey, Unicorn, how are you going? Okay, grab the cube. Fling the cube. You know, fling it that way. Fling it that way, please. Maybe that way better, yeah. Let me... Yep, I'm above it. So now... Blue. Please. Okay. Yes. Now we go there and there. I can go there and here. Okay, 2. And then press to move. Please land properly. Landed. Do that. There. Good. Few steps over. God damn it. I can get so close, but I just can't get there.
As part of a previously mentioned required
This is the
test
worst I've done so far. It's 44. You owe me falling asleep, and it's -2. Oh, it's 2 degrees. That's too cold. That's like the coldest it gets here in winter in the middle of the night. Too cold. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test
Okay.
could take a very,
Nice.
very
Fiddle it
long
around.
time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
Get through the
peptic
damn
salve
portal,
and
please.
adrenaline.
There we go. Now we come over to here. Just throw it. Not in there. That's not a good place to have it. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Just suffering a little bit. Because I need to get through this level, but I can only do it in 30 steps. Wait, when did my steps get up to 6? I haven't moved. Question these things. There we go. Blue. How's it looking here? Okay, that's pretty good. I hate this. I hate it.
Now that you are in control of both portals.
I could search up how to do it, but I don't want to. I want to do it with my own little brain. Because I know the other things aren't going to be too bad. Are you killing the turrets? No, no turrets have been killed in this stream. I can confirm, no turrets have been killed. Yes, I can grab it.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
No. No. Let's do it in least time. 40 seconds.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate
Faster thingy, faster, faster, faster.
with peptic salve and
Okay,
adrenaline.
blue, orange. Grab that. Messed it up. But I mean, I think I can do this in a few seconds. In 40 seconds.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
God damn it, I can't get it before it explodes there.
Will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. Grab it. Boom. Up there. Here. Done. In there. With this. Boom. I haven't done it in time.
As part of a previously
Hey, under a
mentioned
minute. I'll
required
take under a
test
minute, but I still need to do it faster.
no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Get clipped? What did you clip me for? Yeah, still 2%. I don't get for these ones. This one's... Okay, you get more time for those ones. That's... I just don't know what one of the levels are. Oh god. Oh god, how am I going to do that level in speed? How does... I really don't know.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Of course it
An
explodes. I
intubation
can't get it.
associate will be
The
dispatched
surprise?
to
I guess I'll have to
revive
find
you
out
with
after
peptic
stream, won't I?
salve and adrenaline.
Okay. There. Here. Drop you there. Boom. Even if I didn't mess this part up here, I still wouldn't have done it in time.
As part of a previously mentioned required
1
test
second
protocol,
faster
we
than the
can no
last.
longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
I'm sure I will be missed, Gladys. I'm sure. I feel like I'm saying Gladys, not GLaDOS. GLaDOMS. GLaDEMSky.
Now that you are
Yeah.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very
But how's the editing for the clips going, Unicorn?
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very
No!
time.
I can never get that part in fast enough.
Feel free to pass out. An intubation
Do that voice? That's just Gladys. Or Glad.
with peptic
Yeah, I'm just gonna
salve and
keep saying it's
adrenaline.
Gladys. Yeah, she's the robot that we fought at the end. How are you meant to do this in 40 seconds? I'm just gonna move on to this one and do least portals. Because at least I can do least portals.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
Damn it. What is the least? 6. I can easily beat 6 by just doing that.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking
You can do it in 40, you believe?
informed that they may be informed of applicable
I'll give it a try. Thing is, I know how to do the portal ones. Portal ones doing it in a certain amount of portals. Easy. Gave me 6, I did it in 2. Oh, so that gave me the top one. Wait, so did I not even get the top thing for this one? Least portals. Achievements. Earn bronze. Tell me when I did 9 portals. Oh, so now I need to do it in 5.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next
How am I meant to do this one faster?
long time. If you become lightheaded,
Actually, I guess I can
feel free to
stand
pass out.
here.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Which would
adrenaline.
save me in time and in thing. Also, that means I need to do it faster than 40 seconds because 40 seconds is the goal for the bronze. At least portals. There. There. Right. Rightio. How am I meant to do this with only 3 more? Does I have to go down?
Now that you are in control of both
Okay, well there's
portals,
1,
this next test could take a very
2,
very long time. If you become lightheaded
and
from
then
thirst,
I can
feel
put
free to
orange
pass out.
there.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline. that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
I have an idea for least steps and time. I'm gonna do least steps first.
Now that you are in
Because
control of both portals,
I do that one.
this next test could take a very, very long time.
Get as
If you
close to the
become
wall as I
lightheaded from
can
thirst,
there.
feel free to pass out.
I'm close
An
to the wall
incubation
here.
associate will be dispatched
Right.
to revive you
And
with
then
hectic salve
place
and
that one
adrenaline.
there and that one there, like normal. Done. And then we're here. I drop down. I throw this off. Right. Oops. Wrong thing. And then above that, above the thing, we do that. Have it drop. Yes. And then there. And that'll do. And go here. Into the very thing there.
As part of a previously mentioned required test
24
protocol, we
steps.
can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Mm-hmm. So I need to get 20. How you figure that out? Doing the level a lot. Because trying to figure out how to do it in less portals has helped me figure out how to do it in less steps and time. Because I don't need to get the, I don't need to actually get that cube through. I don't actually need to get that cube on.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Damn it.
If
Let me try that again. Least time.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
Now,
this next
blue.
test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded
Come on,
from
come on,
thirst,
come on, come on,
feel
come on.
free to pass out.
Okay,
An
yep.
incubation associate will be dispatched to
Boom,
revive you with
boom,
peptic salve and
boom,
adrenaline.
boom, 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 boom.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol,
30.
we can no longer
Yes.
lie to you. When the testing
Oh.
is over, you will be missed.
90. Who does that in 19? Who? How? When? I mean, I want to try this one with least time as well. Because if I basically just do what I did before, with putting the portal here and up there, I should be able to do this in a decent amount of time. I think if I can do this in 30 seconds, I'll be good.
Must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an
There, done.
excellent test subject.
Silver is gold. I mean, silver is 20 seconds. Can someone explain to me what gold would be?
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed
How do
of
you do it much
applicable
faster?
regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided.
There, 20.
You are an excellent.
What are you going to do for
subject.
gold? I'm falling asleep. If you're falling asleep, you should probably think about going to sleep. And if you do fall asleep, I hope you have a good sleep and enjoy the rest of your day. And it's very much appreciated that you're popping by. At least steps in this one. Goal 55. Okay.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
Okay. Bronze. What is silver? How does from bronze to silver change so much? I resist the sleep. Okay. If you want to resist the sleep, you can resist the sleep. Yeah, what time do you normally wake up then, Unicorn, when you're up this late?
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that
Oops,
they
I
may
should have
be
done it at
informed
that
of
thing.
applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
Oops, restart. Actually, if you wake up at 12, what time is it now then?
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test
Yeah,
subject.
there's under 20. What's gold? 10. Of course, what else would it be? What have I done here? My best is 24. I could probably get it down to 20.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Sleep 7v20. I don't sleep much. Good night. Okay. Good night, Unicorn. And again, thank you for popping by, and hope you have a good sleep and enjoy the rest of your day tomorrow. And yeah, if you're streaming, I guess it would be tonight for me, afternoon for you, then I'll try and pop by. Now, this thing. Hey, streamer. Hey, Devil Hunter. How are you going? Okay, there's that done. Now, can I put a portal down here? No, I can't. Okay. Through there. I don't think I'm going to do it.
As part of a previous
No, I'm not going to do it. I'll be doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Brain hurts, but doing good. Okay. Little steps here. That was too many steps.
Control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel
Blue,
free to
yeah.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
And blue. Oops, wrong thing. Blue, and I'll do orange. That cost me a few steps. What are you trying to do? I just need to beat this chamber in a little amount of steps. Which me landing on that doesn't help. Because yeah, basically each of these challenges have 3 challenges for each. And each of those challenges have bronze, silver, and gold. And I remember this one, yeah. So have you 100%ed Portal yet then? Or you just remember the level? That ones were iffy? Yeah.
Now that you are in control of both
The Portal one,
this next test
ones I'm
could
doing
take a
okay
very,
with, which I still need to do the
very
Portal
long
one,
time.
the best Portal
If
one
you
for this
become
one, but
lightheaded from thirst,
yeah.
feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you.
Actually, it doesn't matter where I do it in there.
And adrenaline.
I'll do it like this. That was probably a few too many steps, but it's fine. Gonna do it again soon, actually. Yeah, because I remember you mentioning that you were gonna do that, because you're gonna go through Portal 1, and then you with the main story, and then I know you were gonna do Portal 2, the main story for 2, and then 100% it with. Now I'm trying to remember who. I can't remember 100%. That shows you how bad my memory is. Okay, now blue. Where are you off? Orange up there. Blue down there. Orange up there. Blue down here. Thingy over there. There.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you.
Okay, that was just bad. My best is 24. I guess I can try the least portals one. Which... How many portals can you do this in? Because if silver is 5... Huh. Huh.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
That.
If you become
That.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And then
An intubation
orange
associate will be
there.
dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
There's that. Then I can't get up to there. Okay, might try that again.
Now that you are in
Do it
control of
there.
both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst,
Gib.
feel free to pass out.
Gib.
An intubation
Gib cube.
associate will be dispatched to
Okay.
revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Cameras are weights too. Do they count as
Ensure
weights?
the safe performance of all authorized activities. Do not destroy vital.
Or do you need
testing
multiple
apparatus.
cameras? Actually, I just thought, if I go... I can give it a try. It might save me some portals. It might not. But
You are in
if
control
I
of
go
both portals. This next test could take a very,
here,
very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An
and then up
intubation
here,
associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
and then orange we put... Maybe I'm thinking of what I did. It might have been. Or maybe it's Portal... Does Portal 2 have cameras? I can't remember. But it might have been a mod. Because I can grab that and bring it with me. I leave it on that one and then I jump onto that one. I just need to make sure not to get hit by that. Yeah, so I will go orange up to there. And then I can grab that. Place this here. Wait for this to go back. Orange in there. And then I have to do like blue here. There's probably a better way of... There is a better way of doing that. But I don't know how I'd keep the weight on the... on that part.
You will be missed.
That's the only thing. Okay, 4 portals. For fewer steps, in this one, I believe this block is what you do because you did it. So I do what I just did with fewest, least steps, would it be? Yeah, because I've got least portals, least time. I need to get down to 19. The least steps also uses first block if I remember right. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna try and do it one at a time. So I'm gonna work on the portal one. So that's better fall from roof. Yeah, because then you don't go around as much. Okay.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Wait, no, then I can't get up there and grab it. Well, there's a way. Surely. Nah. Okay. Because yeah, yesterday didn't... It's not as long as the game isn't as long as I remember. Because I ended up doing all the main challenges yesterday. All the like cameras, cameras, radios. I did all those yesterday because I already have all the other stuff done. Okay, so blue, orange goes under here. Then there and there. 3. Getting is 4 and 5. I think I remember this one. It's a bit of a tosser one. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done too much with the other ones. I've mainly focused on this one. I mean, I've done the next one, and I've got the portals for the next one done. Because the next one you can do the level in 2 portals. Think. Best I can think of doing. Getting into here. And having everything pressed down with 3. But then, how do you get into there? Why would that help? Because I can't get back up after I've placed this. Yeah, you can't get back up. What else can you do with the block? I mean, I could put the block on the lower one. I just don't know how I'd get the block down here. Maybe. I could pitch an idea to you. I can try. In this puzzle, let's toss it. Yeah. I mean, I sort of have like 2 weeks to do, or I'll have more than 2 weeks, but I'm going away again for like a week in February. So I want to try and get it done before then, because I do that and then I come home and then I get a new PC, or I order everything for a new PC. So I'm gonna have to build that, and I don't want to well, actually, I guess I have till then to do this, or do this. Yeah, I'd have to do that to get this new PC nice. Yeah, because I mean, I know with what I have now, I wouldn't be able to play some of the games that I have. So, and I've been wanting to get one for a while, so yeah. Think. I didn't mean to do that. Is on Steam, saved on cloud. True. That is true. Yeah, I would like to try and get it done before then, though.
Feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
What's happening? Give you hints? Tosser. So, does that mean I am right with the tossing? So there. There. Come over to here. Go. Bonk. Go over here. And then blue, so orange goes there. That was horrible. You know, I might actually just quickly...
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Oops.
If you become
I'm just gonna
lightheaded from thirst,
practice
feel free to
throwing
pass
it.
out. An
We need to get up to there.
intubation will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Would it be worth it to throw it like that? No. Oops. Nope. Nope. Almost. That one was horrible. Nope. Close. So close. Wee. Okay, orange, blue. Nope. I just nudge a little bit closer each time. Nudge as close as I can. It touched the button. Damn you! It was there. No, so it definitely is more worth it trying to... It's definitely better trying to flick it this way. Damn it. I'll get it eventually. It's not like that one would have gotten me the thing because I'm at 31 portals, but just even trying to get it the first time, I almost got hit by the thing. Pretty sure if you're on the very corner, you can toss it upwards. Okay, I'll try tossing it upwards. Oops. Would tossing it upwards be any easier? This question. I blame the thing on that one. Wahoo!
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol.
So suppose, so you're not trying to get it on the button, you're trying to make it touch the button, and then there's door open, so like, yeah. If we can at least get it to push down the button a little bit. So let's try that again. This time,
Now that
actually
you are in control
doing
of
it.
both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel
So
free to
orange
pass
up
out.
there, so that means
An
orange
incubation
goes
associate
there.
Will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Get to the very edge. Let's not talk about that one. Remember to stand on the button? True. I need to throw it and then jump and then move back.
Now that
I
you
think
are
that
in
was actually the
control of
worst
portals,
try.
This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An incubation associate will
Okay.
be dispatched to
Very
revive
edge.
you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Nope. Now I can't even throw it upwards properly. Badonk,
Now
badonk.
that you are in
Let's go. Okay. Badonk, badonk.
Now that you are in control
Donk.
of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst,
So
feel
yeah,
free to pass
orange
out.
as usual.
An
Orange goes
incubation
there.
associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Maybe what I was doing before. So do there. And then very edge. Close. Close enough. Well, no, it wasn't close enough. It was close-ish. Not close enough.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Also thingy. I'll check that in a quick minute.
Feel free to pass out. An incubation
Grab that.
associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve
Now, I'm gonna
and
do the thing
adrenaline.
before that I did before. Place it on there. Grab it again. Damn it! Okay, let me quickly check what this is. It's one of the tries. Ah. We don't speak of it. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go back to here for a quick second. Do that. Back here. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I have to get it eventually.
Now that you
Surely
are
it
in
can't take
control
me
of
that
both
long.
portals, this next test could take a
I
very,
say now.
very long time.
Also, I gotta
If you
hydrate.
become
Okay.
lightheaded from
Have I got
thirst,
water?
feel free to pass out.
I
An
think I'm actually out of water.
intubation associate will be
So I'll do this
dispatched
one
to
and I'll quickly get
provide
some
you
water.
with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Also, how has Hollow Knight been, Devil Hunter? Hibbe. 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 No! So close! Please! Just knock it! I know it's not! Oh, it doesn't even hit it. This is why GLaDOS is saying it's a long time. Yeah, she must have known.
You are in control of both portals.
She must have known that you're gonna come back and do it.
Very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
100% did it? Oh, so you did. Because don't you have to,
With peptic salve
well,
and adrenaline.
apart from doing Pantheon, well, you do have to do Pantheon 5 also for the Hunter achievement, don't you? I think. Orange. Okay. That was a great try. Hydrated so you don't get lightheaded from thirst. That's probably a good idea. You have to do P5 once for all achievements. Yeah. Because I mean, apart from just doing it for them, I think it's for the Hunter one as well. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll go get water. I will get this one. I'll just get a cup. Okay, there we go. All hydrated. Practice a little, don't look too high. Maybe I've been looking too high. Maybe that's my problem. Let's give us some more practice. Cancel. Resume. Blue. No! Alright, it's coming through there now. Not the thing. Get to the very edge. Okay. Very edge. Now I can't even do that. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna put it here. Nope. Damn you! Well, I at least got it there again. Oh. Huh. Oh. It also depends how you grab it. Oh. There we go. There's once. Need to be able to get it somewhat consistent. I mean, it had the length, yeah, it got far, just not to the right spot. There's two. Oops. There's three. The question is, do I give it the try now? That wasn't it. Oh. I did have it. Oh. Too close. Ow! Damn it. Okay, I guess I'll start giving it some tries again. Donk. And I forgot bonus maps and set it up again. So this one, oops, wrong thing. Bonus maps. Also, the advanced chambers, they're really not that hard. Remember, gotta be on the button? Yeah. Gotta remember to go back. So, at least portals. Load. Donk, donk.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Okay. Let's not talk about it. Donk, ba donk.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
There.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
I can do it in the
feel free to
practice.
pass out.
Just cannot do it properly.
Intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Grab it from there. A little bit closer. 3. No! Gonna be a lot. I feel like there's gonna be a bit of restarting for this one.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
But if I just keep going and I get the good one,
will take a very, very long time.
when it's
If you become
not a
lightheaded
practice,
from thirst, feel
then we'll
free
be
to
good.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Again, gonna grab it from there. 3. Not quite. I'm getting there though. It just is a little bit. Gets a little bit further. We'll be good.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Grab it again. 3. No! 1, 2, 3. It was there! Just want to shoot the blue portal through the door too. Oh, yeah. Don't want to shoot the orange one. Load. Which I guess this is a good way to do it in, do the least steps and, well, definitely time. Well, as in the, probably time you'd want to leave the thing there and jump onto that one and go. But, you know, same sort of thing. Same premise. One, two, three. Damn it. Can't quite get far enough.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
If I get thirsty, I'll make sure to pass out. 1, 2, 3. No. I'll get there one day. I mean, at least I know what I'm doing.
This next test could take a very...
It's better than at least not knowing what I'm doing.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
1, 2, 3. I just can't get it far enough, can I? So what are you upgrading to with the new PC? Let me quickly... Well, I know I'm going to be getting an... a Radeon thing. I'm trying to think. RX 6600, I think. No, that's the wrong thing. And I'm getting an i5 10,000 something F. Where's my thing? Over here. Yeah, i5 10400F, and then I'm just getting a hard drive, SSD, and then an SSD, motherboard, and the XT-H5 case, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and a cooler, some fans, the RX 6600, and then just a power supply. i5 Intel, yeah, Intel. Now I have a notification. What's the notification? Just a thingy. Okay. What's your budget? Well, I got that for about just under 1,500, because I was planning to get about 1,500. Okay, place that there and down, and let's nudge a little bit closer. Close, okay. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know what that one was. Yeah, because the reason I'm getting the RX 6600 is because it's... Well, because I didn't have any 1650 Supers in stock. And it's also as good as a 3050, but like $100 cheaper. 1, 2, 3. No. Damn it. There. In through there. Out through here. Donk. Grab you. Do you work? I do work, yeah. Not full time though, it's just part time. 2, 3. Damn you, Cube! Damn you! Okay, over to here, badonk, badonk.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
All down to
This
there.
next test could take a
Up
very,
here.
very long time.
Over to there.
If you become lightheaded
Basically just the same
from
thing over
thirst,
and
feel
over until I
free to
get it.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. No. I always had the... Almost got there. Thing is, I could do it in practice. Why can't I just do it properly?
This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Fell off anyway. God damn, it's so close. So close yet so far.
Now that you are in control of
Also didn't see that.
portals,
Sounds
this
like
next test
similar
could take
to
a
my
very,
PC had for 8 years. Yeah, I mean, I know that if I get that, I'm gonna have it for quite a while. Because I mean, I don't need much more than that, is the thing. Oh. And over here. Three! No! So you're getting 1500 you see, but if you work and you have work on the one you have now, it's too bad. Advice, just save up 5k. Get one closer to top of the line PCs, because newer games getting heavy on PCs and it sucks. Yeah, thing is, I know that some of the games I have now wouldn't really be able to run, because what I have now isn't great. Because it's actually just a laptop that I've had for 4 years, I think. So that's why I'm gonna upgrade. Yeah, I need to go over here. Because it'll also help with editing and stuff. It'll just be a lot faster as well and smoother. 1, 3, come on. No, you touched it. You could have done it, Cube. You could have been the one.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
I get the rendering times. Yeah, well, it's rendering times, and it's also if I have like a lot of footage. Because if I have like 3 hours of footage and it's like 8 gigabytes, it also starts to slow down when also just grubbing through everything and stuff like that. Making videos sucks on less capable PCs. Yeah. Didn't mean to go down. And there we go. Yeah, so that's the plan. What do you edit with? I just use DaVinci Resolve because I know how to use it a bit better. It's simpler, and I also don't want to have to pay for Premiere Pro each year. Because I've been using DaVinci for 2 or 3 years now, I think. DaVinci Resolve is good? Yeah. I mean, it basically, it does everything you'd need it to. No! Cube, why? Cube, please. Why? I know how the settings to render sections when you're working on. I didn't know that. Actually, I don't know if I have that set up or not. I can't remember. But I didn't know that. But the only thing, because the thing that I do is I tend to go through, do a normal edit, and then I go through again, and then just make sure everything's all good. You're the one, Cube. Cube, Trust me. You're the one. You're not the one, Cube. I lied. So it can render while you're working? That sounds helpful to have.
You are in control of both portals. This next
Because
test
how long has
could
that been a
take
thing?
very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst,
There we
feel
go.
free to pass out.
Let's try it
An
again.
incubation associate
Got the cube.
will be dispatched to
Far away.
revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
1, 2, 3. 1. I didn't mean to drop it there. There can be only one cube and it's the companion cube. Agreed.
This next test
I'm
could take a very
thing is, there's something going on with the companion. I mean, I know the theory for the companion cube,
to pass out. An intubation
but you know,
associate will be dispatched
why do they give us the companion cube for one chamber and then have us burn it? 1, 2, 3. 1. Oop. 1, 2, 3. I panicked and it stayed on there as well. I started it last year. So it was last year, but I think it's been for a long time. Okay. It'll be fine. I'll get it again.
This next test
You'll be fine, Cube.
very
You'll be fine.
long time.
I'll get it.
If you
I'll get
become
it.
lightheaded from
It'll be
thirst,
fine.
feel free to
Thing is, I didn't even have to panic there, but I did.
An associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Damn it, I was trying to throw it up so I could grab it better. Bear, do you know the theory for the companion cube? I think it's, I don't know, something to do with people being crushed into the companion cube, which is why she says stuff about it talking. Oh, there's a companion cube, proves theory for the companion cube, proves the companion cube did what the game wanted it to. I mean, there is also that, yeah. Now we go forwards a little bit. 1, 2, 3. You were so close, cube. So close. You know, I bet if it was a companion cube, it would have been it would land on there every single time. That's got to be what's going on.
Take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic
1,
salve and
2,
adrenaline.
3. No, that one was. God damn it. Because people believe there is someone in it, they're attached to it.
Could take a very
Attached to it,
long time.
that there is a person in it, yeah. Whether there is or not, who knows? As we'll never actually know, but yeah.
With peptic salve and adrenaline.
1, 3. You're so close. Something that people don't know, that is, when you start to go mad, you talk to animate objects. It's just a cube with a heart. Yeah, there is also that. I was thinking that as well.
Now that you are in control of both
I mean, it could be either.
this next test could take a very, very long time.
I guess we will never know.
Lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate
Yeah,
will be
it's a bit.
dispatched to
1,
revive you with
2,
peptic salve and
3.
adrenaline.
No. Cube, why? Why, Cube? You know, as you say, when you start to go mad, you start to talk to inanimate objects.
Now that you are
Gonna-
in control of both portals,
Gonna leave it at
this
that.
next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from
I didn't mean to do that. I mean, another thing with the cube is it is also just special cube, not like the other cubes. It also feels more special, apart from being a companion cube. I think people also get more attached to it just because you have to throw it away as well. You've been so close every time.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll get it one day. Is why people who live alone talk to objects in their house. Yeah. I think I just more talk to myself rather than objects in my house. If I'm ever alone or something. Or just in my room. But I feel like that's normal. 1, 2, 3. Oh. I think counting the 3 is throwing you off. It might be, honestly. I think I'm just subconsciously doing it now. Maybe if I just don't count and I just... Oh, cube, why cube? When you count, it goes straight up. Yeah, maybe I just stop counting.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate
Get
will
to
be
the
dispatched
edge
to revive you
and...
with peptic salve.
I'll get there.
Now that you
I'll
are
get there
in
one day. I've
control
done it
of
once, I can do it again.
This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be
Done it once, I
dispatched
can
to
do it
revive you
again.
with peptic salve and Now that you are in
But hey, at least I can start.
this next test could take
I'm getting good at doing the
long time. If you become
timed one. You know.
feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
Cube. Did it on time? Yeah. At least I'm getting faster at that.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Okay. Take my time.
Intubation associate will be
I'm actually gonna
dispatched
grab
to
it from.
revive
I don't know.
you
Just feel
with
better.
peptic salve and adrenaline.
Damn it.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Okay.
out. An
Try again.
intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
That one went over to the side too much. But I mean, it got the length. Or the distance, sorry, not the length.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to
Okay.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic
Oh.
salve and
I mean, one of them have to make it.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
That one didn't go too well either. I wonder how long I've been working on this one for now.
Now that you are in
a while at least.
Portals. This next test could take a very, very long time.
You're right, Gladys.
If you become lightheaded
It could
from
take a
thirst,
very, very
feel
long
free
time.
to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
So to get distance. Yeah, I think distance is you want to throw between looking down and dead straight.
This next
Noted.
test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Does that mean I need to start by looking down more and then? Damn you, thingy. Damn you. Damn it, now I go here again and do it again. Select challenge, release portals, load.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
No.
this next test could take a very, very long time.
If you look too hard, it'll go more up.
If you become
No,
lightheaded from
yeah, the
thirst,
thing is, I wasn't looking
feel
down
free to
enough
pass
either.
out. An intubation associate will be dispatched
So by the
to
time I
revive you
got to
with
where I was
peptic salve
partially
and
looking
adrenaline.
almost straight, it was thing. No.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Go.
If you become
Goop.
lightheaded from
Sit.
thirst, feel free to
Good goop.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Okay.
adrenaline.
That one wasn't even that good. Just remember the blue portal? Yeah. I could have been done if I just hit the blue portal.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you
Thing is,
become
again, I didn't even need to
lightheaded from
panic,
thirst, feel free
'cause
to pass out.
the cube stayed on is the thing.
Will be dispatched
I'm
to
gonna make a
revive
sandwich.
you with
Okay.
peptic salve and
Take your
adrenaline.
time. You hit it.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
Is
this
the
next
button?
test
Do you hit the
could take
button
a
or does the
very,
button?
very long time. If you become
Good.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Damn it! I'm getting so close. I mean, I'm at least hitting the edges.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I mean, it's at least always hitting the edge now. It's progress.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive.
I'm sorry, Cube.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic
Cube.
salve and adrenaline.
Cube! Cube, you're touching the button! Cube! Why, Cube? Why? Why do you don't be like this?
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate.
How much distance, Cube? How much?
portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Ugh.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
Cube.
feel free to pass out. An
Cube.
incubation associate
Cube,
will be
you are the
dispatched
cube.
to revive you with peptic salve
Believe,
and
Cube.
adrenaline.
Cube, before we even start, I just want to say you're the cube. Just believe that you're the cube and you'll be the cube. Just trust. Trust, cube. Believe.
Feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I lied, cube. You're not the cube. Hey, cube, you're the cube. Just believe you're the cube and you'll be the cube.
Control of both portals. This next test could take
360 button prayer.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free
I'm going insane.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Okay.
adrenaline.
They get so close. The little lip on these buttons. I dislike.
That you are in control of
Don't
both
hate.
portals.
Dislike.
This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Yeah.
out. An intubation associate
I don't know why I had to
will
think about that so
dispatched
much.
to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline. Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Cube. So close. So many times.
Now that you are in Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I keep thinking that every now and then the cube hits it, but it's just me walking back onto mine.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Donk,
now
donk.
that you are in control
Got the
of
cube.
both portals,
Go down the
this
cube.
next test could take a very,
Over to here.
very long
Onto the
time.
wall.
If you
Grab the
become
cube.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free
And
to
now
pass
we
out.
just
An intubation
throw the
associate
cube.
will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
fast. That got stolen from me.
Now that you are in control
That
of
was
both
the one,
portals,
and it was
this test could
robbed.
take a very, very
I was
long time.
robbed.
If you become lightheaded
That should
from
have been the
thirst,
one,
feel
but
free to
no.
pass out.
No, the thing.
Intubation associate
The thing had
will
to
be
hit it,
dispatched
didn't
to
you?
revive you
Go,
with
Cube.
peptic salve and
See now the cube is gonna make it for another God knows how many times. It would have made it, but the thingy hit it. And now the cube's lost self-confidence.
test could take a very
How do you feel about that
time. If you
bowl of
become
energy thingy?
lightheaded from thirst,
How do you feel about ripping out a
intubation
cube's
associate will be dispatched to
a
revive
cube's
you
self-confidence? Bet you feel good, don't you? Energy ball.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to
Come
revive
on, cool.
peptic salve and
Yeah, maybe if I flick harder.
now that you are in control of
Maybe
both
that's a
portals,
problem.
this next
Maybe
test
I'm
could
the
take a
problem.
very, very long time. If you
I mean, even if it's not me flicking, I'm still the problem. Flick harder! I mean, it went further than the others did. Still not far enough. But further? What? This is the one.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and
Coob again! Again, Coob! Back, how's progress? Well, one would have landed on there, but that energy thing hit it mid-air. And that has happened... I don't know how many times. Too many times. But, you haven't missed much, in other words. You've sort of just missed me just trying. And cube! Not the cube. Not the one that makes it. It's gonna be this cube. Trust cube. Trust, you're the one. Just believe. Believe. And it will be you.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
You ready, cube? Are you ready to fly? Fly like a cube has never flown before. Wasn't the one. I lied. I don't know the difference between a good aerodynamic cube and a non-aerodynamic cube, obviously. Because that cube was not an aerodynamic cube. Cube. Go! I'm gonna blame it down to the grip. Didn't have a good grip on that cube. They gotta keep giving me... They gotta give me more aerodynamic cubes. Because obviously these cubes they're giving me aren't very aerodynamic. That's gotta be the problem. Okay, grab it. Go. Let's go. I go cube. I go cube. Let's go. I go cube. I go cube. I'm a cube. Okay. No. Different grip. Better grip. Wasn't a good grip. Needed a better grip.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time.
There.
If you become lightheaded
Good cube.
from thirst, feel free to pass
I'll go to
out.
there.
An
I'll go to
intubation
here.
associate will be
And
dispatched
into the
to
thing.
revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
You cannot handle the best aerodynamic cube. Cube's Traveler. Best go elsewhere for less aerodynamic cube. Yeah, I mean... If you have an aerodynamic cube, it's gonna fly better. They gotta be giving me less aerodynamic cubes.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free
That's gotta be the problem.
An intubation associate will be dispatched
They must think I can't handle an aerodynamic cube.
and adrenaline.
But I can handle myself an aerodynamic cube.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Okay. This
An intubation
this is a pretty good aerodynamic.
revive you with peptic salve.
I'm gonna stop going on about that.
Now that you are in control,
Do you know how it feels, Cube, to have you teeter on the edge?
very long time.
You know how it feels
Lightheaded from thirst,
to have a cube just
pass out. An
kiss the button.
associate will be dispatched to revive you with
It's not even kissing the right part of the button, it's just kissing the edge of the button. Just go! That cube didn't like the nonsense I was spewing. That cube just gave up halfway through the jump.
This next test could take a very, very long time.
I need a cube
Headed from thirst.
that will just go the whole way.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve.
Like you, cube. Cube. Can I have a permit to send a YouTube video? Let's have a break and watch a video. You should be able to already. If I have it, I should have it set up right. And if it doesn't work, then I will give a permit. Yeah, does work. Ah.
If you become lightheaded from
Okay,
thirst,
let me
feel
quickly
free
open
to
it up
pass out.
on my phone.
An
If I,
intubation associate will be
has
dispatched
been
to
has
revive
it?
you with
No,
peptic
I'll just have to
salve
watch it on
and
here.
adrenaline.
Oh, I do still have it up in the corner. I feel like I've seen this before. I can hear myself. I hate it. Damn it. There must be some strong potion. Where can I get some of these potions? I need the potion. If there is a potion that will help me with throwing a cube, I'll take the potion. Cube! Cube! I loved your cube, but you let me down. I cannot trust you anymore, Cube. I'm sorry.
Test could take a very,
It's over, Cube.
long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched.
That's the second time that damn thing has messed with my throat.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline. Now that you are in control
Why,
of
Cube?
both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
You know what? We'll do a 360 button cube.
Peptic salve and adrenaline.
Cube. Cube button. Man, wasn't good enough. Got the distance.
Now that you
Not the
are
right
in
angle.
control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
That one just wasn't any good. I think I let go too early.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Okay.
out. An intubation
It
associate
is
will be dispatched
cube
to
time.
revive you.
I'm going back to the high throws. Not good. Not good. Not good, cubes.
Now
Not
that
good.
you are in control of
It's a
both
code red,
portals,
cubes.
this
I repeat,
next
it's a
test
code
could
red.
take a very, very long time.
Why am I speaking to the
If you
cubes when I have
become
people in
lightheaded
chat?
from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate
I
will be
just thought about
dispatched
that.
to revive you with peptic.
Is it because I feel like I need to talk to the cubes to make them do better? To make them fly? Is that what I gotta do?
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long
Did you miss the
time.
companion cube?
If you
That
become
must be it.
lightheaded from thirst,
I
feel
must
free to
miss
pass
having
out. An
a
intubation
cube as a
associate
companion.
will be dispatched to
Hence,
revive you
companion
with
cube.
peptic salve and adrenaline.
Yeah, I can't even throw it good. Just encouraging the cubes. Thing is, am I encouraging? It's good that I'm encouraging. Is it good that I'm encouraging them or not? I don't know.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could
Am I
take
really
a
encouraging them
very
to do
long
better
time.
in
If
landing
you
on the
become
cube?
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
I'll
peptic
grab it
salve
differently.
and adrenaline.
There we go. That's a good grab. No, that's a bad grab. I feel like sometimes they can go lower, sometimes they can't. Sometimes they do, sorry. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the problem.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could
I mean, it
take a
obviously
very,
is me, but
very
I don't know.
long time. If you become lightheaded from
Now,
thirst, feel
grab
free
here.
to pass out.
Get the
An
cube.
intubation associate will be
Go to the edge
dispatched
with
to
the cube.
revive you with peptic
Go,
salve
cube.
and adrenaline.
Encourage them by telling them what will happen. What happened to the companion cube? So in other words, we threatened them.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next
Keep.
test could take a very,
Gladys, shh.
very long time. If you become lightheaded
Josh.
from thirst, feel free
I
to
will take down your camera.
An intubation associate will be
Why did I do that? I didn't think about how I'd have to restart. And listen to her blabber again.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long
Gladys,
time.
shh.
If you become
Do you know what happened to the
lightheaded from
last
thirst, feel free to pass out.
to the last Gladys's
An
camera when she
intubation
didn't shush?
associate will be dispatched to revive you with
Hmm.
peptic salve and adrenaline.
That cube. Do you know what happened to the last cube? That didn't listen. It went into an incinerator. Sure, the first time I jumped in with it, but the second time I didn't. You want that to happen to you, cube? That's what I thought. Okay, surely it goes now. Surely. This has got to go. This has got to work. They called my bluff. The cube called my bluff.
Control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you
I think the
become
cubes know.
lightheaded from thirst,
They
feel
know they
free
can
to
call my
pass
bluff.
out.
It doesn't work.
Incubation associate will be dispatched to revive
Okay, what if I
you
just
with peptic
play with the cube?
salve and
Whee!
adrenaline.
Wee. 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 Ready? Ready, cube? Cube! How dare you, Cube!
Now that you are in control,
I did upsies with the cube,
this next test
and
could
you
take a very
still didn't like it.
long time. If you become lightheaded from
I
thirst,
have been
feel free
scammed
to
by
pass out. An
Cube
incubation
time
associate
after
will be
time.
dispatched to
I think
revive
it is
you
time
with hectic
I
sound
stand up
and
against these
adrenaline.
cubes, once and for all. It was there for his Batman? Yeah, these cubes are scamming me.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take
How
a
many
very,
cubes have I gone through?
long time. If you become
I want to
lightheaded
know.
from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation
It's also
associate will be
the past time that I
dispatched to
normally
revive
stream.
you with hectic salve and adrenaline.
Am I not letting go at the right time? I mean, obviously I'm not. But am I not?
This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive.
Poor cube. Actually, no, I don't feel bad for the cube. They've caused me so much hassle. I shouldn't feel bad for it.
Of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
I don't like cube. Caused me so much
Now that
pain.
you are in control of both
I
portals,
dislike
this
the
next test
cube.
could take a very, very
I
long time.
think by the
If
end,
you become lightheaded from thirst,
I
feel
want
free
to
pass
murder all
out.
the cube.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you
Honestly,
with hectic salve and
I could just
adrenaline.
sit it near at an incinerator. And cube that has not made it. I would be happy.
Now that you are in control of both
I would
portals,
be
this next test
so
could
happy
take a
if I
very,
could just
very
incinerate
long time.
cubes that have
If you become
have done me
lightheaded from
wrong.
thirst, feel
Have-
free to pass out.
that have
An
not believed in the
intubation
dream of
associate will be dispatched to
doing it in
revive
4
you
portals.
with hectic salve and adrenaline.
Obviously, I need a cube that believes. Bastard. I had faith. Why did I ever have faith?
Now that you are in control of both
When they can
portals,
just tear it
this
away
next
so
test
easily.
could take a very, very long time. If you become
I believe in the
lightheaded from
cube when the
thirst,
cube doesn't
feel
believe
free
in
to
you.
pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with hectic salve and adrenaline.
Cube. 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 Okay. I mean, I believe true. That is true. Maybe water's all I need. Maybe that's all I've needed. Just a little bit of water.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very,
Because what's more
very long time.
aerodynamic
If you become lightheaded
than
from thirst,
water?
feel free to pass out. An intubation
But no, Gladys has been saying to have water. So maybe
to revive you with hectic salve and adrenaline.
water is all I needed. But the cube says no.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could
360
take a
cube.
very, very long time.
Hey, cube.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation
I don't even know if that was a 360. Might have been more, might have been less.
with hectic salve and adrenaline.
I don't think I'm ever going to be able to trust the cube again.
Portals. This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with hectic salve and adrenaline.
I'm not gonna stop till I beat it.
Now that you are in control
I'm not
of
giving up.
portals, this
I will not let the
next
cubes
test
beat
could
me.
take a very, very
I will not be
long time.
bested by a
If you
shape.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free
I
to
am,
pass out.
I am,
An incubation associate will
I
be
am better than
dispatched
that.
to revive you with
I will not let a
peptic
shape
salt and
best me.
adrenaline.
Cubes are square. If they're square, they can't be trusted. Exactly.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very
What do see? Like, what do they need the 4 sides for?
become
Hmm?
lightheaded from
So they can hide secrets on the side that you don't see.
incubation associate will be
6 sides,
dispatched
not
to
4.
revive you with peptic sal and adrenaline.
They have the 6 sides so they can always hide something. That's why you can never trust a cube. Because look, it could be hiding something on,
Now that you are in control
well,
of
not
both
so much the bottom
portals,
side, but
this
look, it could be
next
hiding
test
something
could
on
take
the
a
left
very,
side, the
very
right side,
long
the
time.
bottom side,
If you
or
become
the back
lightheaded
side.
from thirst,
There's so many ways this cube could be hiding things from me.
incubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic sal and adrenaline.
Also, weird thing, I'll do it next time. How come you can push the cubes when you're crouched, but you can't push them when you're standing up? They're sneaky quares? Quares, I love quares. Quares can be trusted. Squares, not so much.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very
Ba-dum.
long
Ba-dum.
time. If you become
Yup.
lightheaded from thirst,
You'll
feel
believe.
free to pass out.
Believe cube.
An intubation associate will
I
be
need to
dispatched
flick it faster.
revive you with peptic sal and adrenaline.
No, not quite. I don't know if flicking faster helped.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
But maybe that's what I
this
gotta
test
do.
could take
Maybe
a
I have
very,
gotta flick faster.
very
Maybe I haven't been
long
flicking
time.
fast enough.
If you become
Which is why it hasn't been getting enough
lightheaded
speed.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Let's go.
Intubation
That's gotta be where it's been. I haven't been flicking fast enough.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
Damn, you're cool.
this next test could take a very, very long time.
Still on the flick? It's gotta
If you
be.
become
That's gotta be what I've been
lightheaded
doing wrong.
from thirst, feel free to
Surely it's in the flick.
an intubation
Fuel,
associate
you come
will be
here.
dispatched to revive you with
And-
peptic sal and adrenaline.
Fly cube! 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 Go baby! Go puppy! Go! I dislike cubes. They're not very nice. They're kinda mean. They have pointy ends.
Now that you are in
Why do they have
control of
pointy
both
ends?
portals,
They'll
this
stab you in the
next test
back
could
when
take
you're
a
looking
very,
away.
very
That
long
is the
time.
only reason the
If you become
cubes have
lightheaded from
have
thirst,
fall
feel
have
free to pass out.
the edges.
An intubation
Will stab
associate
you.
will be dispatched to revive you with peptic sal.
Stab you after you trust them. Not just once, but all
Now that you are in
8
control of
times
both portals,
with 8
this
points.
next test could take a very,
I will never trust another cube in my life.
if you become lightheaded from thirst,
They're so
feel free to
untrustworthy
pass
with
out.
stabbing you in the back.
An intubation associate
Hiding
will
so
be
many
dispatched
lies
to
from you.
revive you with peptic sal and adrenaline.
Man, if that one time I didn't put the orange, I'd be done. Be finished.
You are in control of
I'd have no
both
cubes to worry
portals.
about.
This test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic sal and adrenaline.
See? Cubes cannot be trusted.
Now that you are
This is why nobody likes cubes.
this next test could take a very, very.
This is why.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free
They're
to
always
pass out.
plotting against you. Like I said, they're always hiding something.
Will be
It betrayed you? It's not the first time it's betrayed me. That's what I said, they're always hiding something on one of the sides, aren't they? You know what, maybe I don't like you, Cube. You ever think about that? Cube? You ever think about that?
You are in control of both portals. This next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
I didn't jump. Didn't jump.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
That wasn't good.
An intubation
That wasn't good.
associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve.
Cubic.
Both portals. This next test could
I thought I'd try and switch it up. Doesn't help.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Oh.
Now that you are in control
You can
of both
trust
portals, this next
cubes.
test could take a very,
Last
very
time I trusted a
long time.
cube.
If you become lightheaded
I
from
got
thirst,
shot.
feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve. Now that you are in control
What if you actually
of both
just-
portals, this next test could
It-
take a
Does it
very,
keep some momentum?
very long time. If
Not
you become
really.
lightheaded from thirst,
It
feel
doesn't
free to
really
pass out.
keep momentum.
An intubation associate will be
Got this, dude?
dispatched to revive
I
you
know.
with peptic
I know I
salve
can
and
do it.
adrenaline.
I've done it once, and actually I've done it a few times.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol,
Finally!
we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Suck it, Cube! Now, do I do these other ones? I think I should try and at least get this one done. Which, there, here. Didn't mean to do that.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very,
I guess the question is, do I want
very
to
long time. If you become
do the thing of the
lightheaded from
cube
thirst,
here?
feel free to pass out.
How am I going to do it? Do less steps. I'm just happy I don't have to deal with cubes anymore, honestly.
Now
Because I
that
feel
you
like
are in
if you
control
walk
of
straight,
both
you keep
portals,
more of a
this
stride than
next
if you were to
test could take a
step,
very,
stop, step, stop.
very long
I
time.
think.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Oops. I still reach it. Damn you. Damn you, Cube. Yeah. Come on, Cube. Okay. Orange. It's above the cube. I mean, above the button. I haven't thought about this. How am I getting over to there? that. This. Do I have to do it the same way? How do I do the less steps? Say even if I get to here, I still gotta, I still have to do something like that. And even if pressing on the button, that's like 19. How many steps do you need? 20. I've done it in 24.
Now that you are in control of both portals,
Oh, it's giving me a
this
save
next
point
test
here.
could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free
Drop
to
is
pass
better.
out. An intubation associate will be dispatched
True.
to revive you with peptic
Oh god, it's all the way over there.
adrenaline.
There's 7.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this
Yeah, that's not any better, doing that one. So I think going up to there, probably the best.
now that
How did I get to... Oh, probably because I jumped. There, 3.
now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Damn you, cube. Oh, so I did move it too much. There. Now, to move from here without actually moving too much. Go up and down and tune the roof the next room. I mean, I could and take cube, but the thing is I have to then get down close enough to the cube. Which, I mean, I guess I could walk through here and then shoot the roof, but then I still need to figure out how to get this cube over to there properly. I think the way I did this before is I didn't even use this starting room cube. I think I actually just used the other cube. There's 6. Put a blue there, orange here. First I can get to that. Right. Nah. And yeah, with doing that and then grabbing that cube and doing stuff, I don't think it would have worked. Really, I don't like these cubes.
Now that you are in
Oops. Once you're in the room, just shoot floor and roof. I mean, I could have, true.
control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Damn it. I'm assuming this is what I gotta do.
Now,
19 seconds, that's not a lot of time.
now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I did it!
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol,
Now I
we
just
can
gotta
no longer
do
lie
the
to you. When the testing is over,
steps.
you will be missed.
Which I knew steps I was gonna hate the most. And that's only to silver as well. So is gold gonna be like 15? Okay, 4.
Now that you are in
Now we
control
get...
of both portals, this next
I moved forward too much. That's 5. It's even more.
now
Too far away from the portal again. I'll get it at some point. No, I'll take 5.
now that you are in control
Gonna have to
of both
do.
portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you
There we
with
go.
peptic salve and adrenaline.
Okay, so what do we do? Into here. Over to there. A bit more. There we go. Yup. Yup. That wasn't a good idea. This way I don't just hop off the upper part. I mean I could, true. Hey Pookie, welcome back. How are you doing? That and that. I was playing with my friends. One friend? Okay, what were you playing? Pookie. Well, now I could go over there and go. And then I usually flick that off. And then go there. And there. That usually works. And then I'd have to like...
As part of a previously mentioned required
And that's just
protocol,
so
we
many.
no longer lie to you. When
I mean, I guess I could go down to the lower bit, like down here.
now that you are
But then
in
it doesn't really
control of
help me
both
once I'm
portals,
here.
this
I mean, I guess
next
it does a
test
little
could
bit,
take a
because I can
very,
still do.
very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubate
I have to restart. We were playing Warhammer Vermintide, and I was playing chess with my other friend, for a bit. After you got the cube on the button, jump down. I mean, I did jump down. Thing is, if I jump through the portal, it gets me closer to the cube, is the only thing. If you place the portal more angled, you can take it out the portal. What do you mean by that, Pookie?
Now that you are in control of
I've been trying to. I know I
this
can.
next test could take a
Too far.
very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate
Okay, we
will
did
be
that,
dispatched
and
to
then we
revive
throw
you
it
with
down.
peptic salve and adrenaline.
There we go. And I'll actually throw it over there. Get the orange. Pretty close to being above. Just a little tiny bit. That's probably too much. Like almost right above. Come on. Damn it, cube. If place, I've placed it more to the side. You can take it out the portal. Take it out. Oh yeah, I've tried that before. Doesn't help too much. Because I have gotten it out before, but then I still have to get it down to the button, even from up here. Is the thing, because I need it on the button to be able to get out the door. Think me, think. Might not be the way to do it. I'm gonna just do it how I did before. I can at least try and get to 20.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve.
Oh, that's too many.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you.
Actually, I guess I'll
peptic
just put
salve
myself a
and
bit
adrenaline.
closer to there. Yeah. There we go. That and that. I don't know. When did I get up to 10? Is there a limit? We're aiming for 20 steps. Is what we're aiming for. And there we go.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Whoa. Damn it. Does jumping increase steps? Yeah, if I jump, it counts as a step. I mean, I could almost get 20. Damn it.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very
Try utilizing the roof more. I guess I could, yeah. Oops. Not like that.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
So when you walk, they walk down. Yeah, only thing is if... I guess I could try and get to the edge of that thing more. That doesn't work at all.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become
There we go.
lightheaded from thirst,
Bonk.
feel free to pass
Bonk.
out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with
Okay, so I
peptic
want to be on like
salve
the edge
and
of it.
adrenaline.
Now. Off. Cube, go in. Yes, Cube, be good. I'm gonna wait for it to stop. If you just go on the button, you can do without going to the upper level. I guess I could, yeah, but won't it be... How can I get to there faster? Is the thing.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol,
Damn it.
we can no longer lie to you. When the test
Oh,
is
there's
over,
26.
you will be
I mean, I guess I could go... like there. The thing is that I can get to the roof, but not like... I mean, I could get a little bit of distance doing that. And then... that. Oops, wrong thing.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to
Well, there's
revive
at least
you
a-
with peptic salve and adrenaline.
There's at least a few. Okay, now on the very edge. Drop. Drop. Cube off. Cube go over there. Okay, there we go. Now. Over to there. Blues to orange.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Better by one. Better by one than my previous. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Above it? That is above it. Why do I do that? 23 is pretty good. True. I mean, even just getting 20 is only going to be a silver. I don't know how I'm going to get a, now, orange below. What is the best? I'm not too sure. Okay. And we're going through there. Orange is there.
An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Yo, off. Yo, in portal. Oh god. Cube. In portal. There we go.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be
19. I think you can do this in 10 steps. 10. It is 10. Need to jump a lot rather than. Wait, thing I haven't noticed. Jump forward. Thing is, if you press jump and forward mid-air, it counts as 2 steps. Which is really weird. So, and you have 5. Yeah, I need to get rid of like. Basically just do what I did, but get rid of 4 jumps. Or 4 steps, sorry. Press forward, then jump.
Now that
I
you
think
are
it
in
still counts
control
as
of
2,
both
yeah.
portals, this next test could take a very, very long time.
Because you're still
If you become
landing,
lightheaded from
is the thing. Oops, I need to go there. Yeah. Oh, I should probably end soon. Land, jump, both count. Yeah, if you just jump, it's 1. But if you do any other movement with it, then it, yeah. 90% of this is dropping from portals. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you do a better start here. Because you have to at least take a few steps. Which is like 4. Okay, and back. Yeah, we got a orange there. Means I do blue below me.
now that you are
Orange
in control
there.
of both portals, this next test could
Blue
take a very,
there. Now
very long time. If you become
I
lightheaded
don't
from
jump
thirst,
here
feel free to pass out.
because then it would count as 2.
Associate
I mean, even doing that
dispatched
counted
to
as 2,
revive
so
you with peptic salve and
not
adrenaline.
really a lot I can do there. I mean, I'm assuming this is what sort of how you're meant to do it. It probably is a better. Actually, no, because it's 10, not 15. I just can't reach that. Well, there is one thing I do want to quickly try before I go. Because I think I've done least portals. I have. Least steps is 10. I don't know how you do 10. I want to see if I can do this in 20.
All subjects intending to handle
Oops.
high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must...
Wrong thing. Actually, no, 10. That is hard. That is challenging. 10.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy...
Actually, that is right. I think something like that would work. Least time. Okay, blue here, orange up. Orange, blue. Oops, wrong thing. This one? Yeah. Orange there, blue here, orange. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second, I was so close. Orange, blue, orange. Oops, wrong way. I never do the normal so what's your solution for this one then? Oops. Or 2 seconds again. Come on. Come on. Oh, yes! I did it! What are you doing now? I just wanted to quickly try and do that one. That's all. Which actually... How many steps is it? 10. Hmm.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed.
This isn't quite what I was going for, but blue here. Orange.
No further compliance information.
That's all the way you just did it. Go infinite at the start. And shoot the floor over there. How many steps does it take to get over to here? Too many. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Orange. Not quite. This is gonna be hard to time. I just need to get this right. I might actually just walk here first and then... Nope, doesn't want to. Yeah, because they're different sort of areas, so I have to do like that. I don't know how I'm shooting that over there.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance.
Close. Actually.
All subjects intending.
Oops. Close. Yeah, I think that might be how I got to do it.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
I missed it completely. Oops. That was 3 and 4 and I went into the wrong spot. Oops. Too much.
All subjects.
That gave me 2 things. Hmm. think this will work.
Intending to handle high-energy
I need less than
leaking
5.
technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
Close so far.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
I was in.
No further compliance
I was
information.
in. I was in.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
Oh, nah, that's not gonna work. Okay. I can get 11. Just getting that 10. Just that little bit harder.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
Yeah, just get at the door at 11. I think when you jump in the elevator, it stops counting once you're in it. Yeah. And the thing is, so if I jump into the elevator, I have to push forward as well, which counts as 2, which is the problem. 1, 2, okay.
All subjects intending
Maybe.
to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further information is required or will be
You should jump at 9
provided
steps,
until you
and then you land at 10 and it'll stop.
subject.
The thing is, jumping wouldn't help because I still have to go forwards is the thing with that one. But we did it! Okay, I think I'm going to end here because I've been going an hour longer than what I normally would. But I've at least got test chamber 14 done. And 13... close. And then 15, 16, 17, 18 I haven't even attempted. But I can tell that 18's gonna be... I don't want to think about that. But yeah. I was sick, dude. Yeah, I'm impressed myself that I was able to get there with 3. But yeah, I guess I'm free tomorrow and Monday, so I know I'll at least be streaming for the next 2 days. Try and get some more of this done. And I think if I finish early, I might, with beating this, I might go on to Half-Life. I know it's been a while since I played that and I never actually finished it. But yeah, I hope you did enjoy the stream. Whether you're here from the start, halfway through, or just joined. And well, I guess I hope you have a good sleep, Pookie, and enjoy your day when you wake up. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, Devil Hunter. And I think that's right. Yeah, I think I got everything. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow I can finish 13. And I'll definitely check out 15 a little bit. But yeah, I hope to see you in the next stream. See ya.